cost planning is doing, how the cost management activities are doing. So the first half I'm going to work on this cost management, then I just temporarily hold the work, then I'll go to the practicals as well as MS project, some sort of like introduction of this MS project, then I'll back again to the cost management. That's my plan today, because today is the 9th session and you have sufficient time to do practicals at home, do more and more things, because we are a little bit quicker. We have completed most of the part, we have completed quicker, so you have sufficient time, so you can do many practicals now. So that's why I just want to give, the last time I just done the last day, so I thought to do some sort of work today, then you can do some work in there, right? We'll see how to go through how the progress is going. So I don't think so this cost management is quite hard, it's quite easy, but the problem is you should be in the track. If it is, if you go out of the track, it might be a little bit confusing, so please make sure to with me throughout the session. If you go out for a 5 minutes, it might be problematic. So until the break, until the interview, sorry, until the interval, so you can stay with me. Then we will go to the practicals, right? I think that's clear. Now, basically, we have discussed initial parts of NPV and payback analysis. I have two videos to you to demonstrate. Actually, this is kind of a homework today that to do using MS Project, right? Net present value and the payback analysis. So in these videos, we are going to demonstrate to do using Microsoft Excel, which is not relevant, or it's not like very good tool to do this analysis. Instead of using MS Project is the most appropriate tool. Also, you can use whatever the tool that you want and you can do the calculations. That's not a problem at all. But as a homework, I believe you can do the same thing at home using this MS Project tool. That's why I just want to give the overview today about this MS Project tool, right? We'll see there are two videos. We'll see these videos. All right, so sorry, before going to that, understanding the investment decision. Now, you are a project manager. Basically, you should take some sort of decision, because uh, you are going to invest some amount to get some sort of amount back, right? So you are not just investing and keep. You are believe it provides some sort of profit. You are investing because of you want some sort of profit, unless you don't want to do any investment. So basically, this investment decision is very important, because if the investment decision is incorrect, you might you might be a loser. To avoid that, what you have to do is you have to take the most appropriate decision. Now, investment decision is not quite simple as today we are doing, but it consists of a lot of things. Basically, the base is these values calculations, right? You know, like I'm always telling, project management is an art as well as a science. So it's an art. Some investment decisions are art, so it's quite hard. Based on only the data, we can't get a complete decision. Really hard. Only the decision making based on data, but data provides a higher accuracy, output for you. Without any clue, we are not going. We are going with a clue. Then applying the art on top of the science is the most appropriate approach as per my view. We will see the investment decision uh, creates the project cost estimation. Now, everything based on the cost, everything is monetary value. It might be a human resource usage, it might be a computer usage, or any other thing that you are going to use. Whatever the thing you are using, it has a cost. It attached with the cost. It might be really low cost, or it might be very high cost. Whatever the aspect that you are going to speak, whatever the aspect that you are going to speak has a cost. So you have to think, even if you are working in a company, if you spend one day without doing any work, you are spending lot of cost. How? Because you consumed air condition, you are consumed water, you walk, you use some sort of space, you used a computer, you use electricity. So there's a cost, attached cost, whatever the work that you are doing, there's a cost. So once it comes to a project, it's quite hard. So you have to think multiple aspects to get the most appropriate output. Somehow this investment decision starts with some sort of giving an interesting story, interesting input for the cost estimation. Now, this cost estimation is giving some sort of input for the approved budget. Now, we are going to speak about this approved budget, how amount that you are getting approved. I'll give a simple example for you. Now, you are going to invest for your education. There's an investment decision. Now, for that investment decision, you took this ABC Institute. Now, what we are going to do, you are going to have some sort of cost estimation, which you haven't done, right? That's not a problem. Don't worry, you are in the best place. Now, according to the cost estimation, you estimated for semester fees like this. If there's repeat, the payment is this, late payment, and so on and so forth. Everything all together, this is the cost. Then what you are going to do, you are going to speak to your parents. You're going to speak to your parents. You want to get the approved your budget, because if it is 10 billion rupees, $10 billion, your parents might tell, no need, we'll do some sort of business from that money. It's worth, because you can't get get $10 billion or 10 billion rupees back again within 4 to 5 years. So you have to think about this approved budget, how to get the approval. Now, this simple example provides an interesting viewpoint for you. The stakeholder, a person who is going to sponsor for you, you are going to approve from your parents. Similarly, in an organization, you should get the approval from your financial manager, your directors, board of directors. It might be a CEO, someone other person who is responsible for managing the budget, the organizational budget. So a lot of people might be there. So you have to get the approval. It might be some sort of perfect budget. If your budget is insufficient, at the end of the day, you might state, or this person done some sort of estimation, but that estimation is incorrect. Due to that, we lose. If you do higher budget, then the organizational approval board, it might be your board of directors or financial manager, whoever, might think twice, do some sort of calculation and come back to you and tell it's too much, so we can't approve this budget. Now, two things are there. If it is lower budget, what happens to you? Your project managers might think, oh, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. What happens to us? There's a lose. You lose this much amount because we have only completed 80% of work. The rest of the 20% we don't have money, because the initial approved budget is low. So we can't complete the work. It's a problem. On the other hand, if you do some sort of high, right? You're doing high. It's really, after the calculation, you want $1 million, but you are asking for $2 million from the management. Then the management might think, after doing some sort of financial calculations, can come back to you, why you need $2 million or rupees or whatever. Why can't we do it for 1 million? And they are giving facts and evidences and doing calculations and math at the end of the day. Probably sometimes they might reject your 2 million budget. So as a project manager, you have to do this hardest point. You have to get the budget approval. Finally, it comes to the cost control. Now, your investment decision comes into a cost control where you are doing the work. Now, initially, you have approved for $1 million, right? We'll think $1 million, 1 million rupees. Now, this 1 million rupees is quite insufficient if you do not control the budget, because people will take some vehicles and run here and there, do some parties, right? Go outside. No one is going to control the hardware purchases, and people might get come and leave all of a sudden. A lot of losses might be there. So what you have to do, you have to control the cost. You have to control the amount that you have. If it is 1 million approved, you should be able to come around 1 million. It might be plus or minus 10%. That's not a problem at all, because no one can give guaranteed estimation, right? Plus or minus 10% is really nice. But uh, minus value is always okay, because you save some sort of, it's 1 million you approved, you just took 75% of work, 75%, right? So it's good. You don't utilize 1 million, or it might be 10 million dollars or rupees. Now you just utilize 8 or 7 million, right? Simple terms. You took only 7 million, so 3 million savings. Your management might be really happy. But if it is comes to 10 million to 15 million, right? 15 million, it's a problem. You have to control. You have to control not to exceed the approved budget. You have to control not to exceed the approved budget. Now, as a project manager, you should do this cycle time to time once it comes to different projects. Right. Cost estimation is the process of evaluation and provide predicted value, the estimated for the project. Now, this is quite hard because we are going to predict. We are in a world, even we can't predict whether we'll be alive tomorrow or not. Can you give a guarantee that you are going to live tomorrow? Anyone? Anyone in the world who can give a guarantee? No, I'm pretty sure I do not die today. We can't give a guarantee. So we are in such unstable world, right? We are in such unstable world, and we are trying to give some sort of estimated predicted value or estimated value for future. Now think you are in unstable world, obviously. Yes, so you're doing nothing. I'm in unstable world, so I'm not doing nothing. Sometimes I might be die tomorrow, obviously. That's fine. If you are, if it is tomorrow you are death, that's fine, no worries at all. But unfortunately, if you live next 10 years, you might live with hungry, you might die with hungry, right? So you have to do some sort of work, obviously. That's the situation. You can't go out of this story, anyone in the world. We are at risk, yes. Though there's a risk, we have to manage the risk, and we have to manage our plan. We have to estimate it. Now, this cost evaluation, right? Cost evaluation and provide the predicted value or the estimation for the project. Now, you are calculating for next 5 years, you need 50 million rupees. It might be okay. 50 million rupees you want to your marriage is there, you are going to travel, you are going to have your wedding, and you want to do the basics like food and stuff, and there might be some interesting parties here and there. So this is your estimated value. But how do you get this estimated value? How to get this estimated value? By adding or summing up the expected expenses. Simply. Obviously, yes, that's the perfect answer. That's a perfect answer. No one can argue. If you added last year estimations, and for the 2021, you spend 5 million rupees. Get an example. 5 million rupees for your 2021. All right. Now we are going some sort of estimation, giving some sort of estimation. For this year, I want 6 million. 2022. How can say it's incorrect? It's nearly correct, right? It's nearly correct. Obviously, there might be a situation, but there's no any scientific calculation. What we are going to do today, we are going to calculate it scientifically. Science applies to the management. Okay, right. The next point. The process that establishes the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, managing, expanding, and controlling the. So as per the PMBOK, so I know you know about these things now. As per the PMBOK, what they are doing, they are telling this is the process that establishes the policies, policies and procedures for make sure the cost is not going up and down, right? And documenting how the cost is going, how the cost is uh, getting, right? For planning, managing, expanding, controlling the project costs. Now, this is the process that they are telling in the project cost estimation as per the PMBOK. Highly depend on previous experience of understanding of financial estimation. Now, if you do not have any financial estimation experience, if it is in your first time, you might get some sort of troubles the first estimation because you don't have experience. Now you are a fresher, you don't have any projectized experience to handle 6 to 8 number of digits. 6 number of digits might be okay, but 8 number of digits, it might be quite hard. So in the other hand, handling these financial estimations required a lot of experience. So for the first time, you might be a failure, no worries at all. The first estimation might be incorrect, no worries at all. What you can do this first estimation in your class, your assessment or something. That's fine. That's fine. If that estimation is incorrect, no one is going to die. No one is going to be a loser because it's just a calculation. But that experience you can apply for anywhere. That is not your first one, that's your second one, then onwards. Clear? So this education time or the learning curve, the learning time is quite important. That's your first experience. No worries at all. If it is fail, no worries at all. If it is quite unbelievable, still you might get deducted 1 or 2 marks. That's it. By deducting 1 or 2 marks, you might not die, right? No one is going to die because you deducted 2 marks. No worries at all. Right. On the other hand, the subject matter, you should have good experience on the subject, any of the domain, whatever the domain. It might be insurance, it might be banking, it might be development like construction, it might be software product, whatever. You should have good experience on the subject matter. If you don't have sufficient subject matter experience, it might be another problem. Changes during the development life cycle. Now, common situation. Now, 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back, uh, the cost for some item will take some item X, right? Cement or something. It might be 10 or 1,000 rupees. All of a sudden, within 1 month, the same product, now it's 2,000 rupees. There's a change. Now you are the construction project manager. You should have good understanding on the future values. So you have to do the calculations for future values. I spoke about future values 2 to 3 weeks back. So now changes might be during the cycle. Not only the cost aspects like instruments, it might be technological change. All of a sudden, it introduced a new framework, which is doing similar work. Or it might be outsourcing company who is can do the work better than in your company. The best thing is always outsource. Outsourcing is the best thing. You outsource it, you can get higher quality product in lowest cost. So there might be a change. Yeah, your directors might say all of a sudden after 3 months, no need to develop this product. We'll outsource something, or we'll purchase, or we'll configure one open source product. There might be. So this cost estimation depends on a lot of aspects rather than these three. I just give the highest important or the split, but there are a lot. Accurate cost estimations are impact for both development company and the client. From the beginning onwards, I'm speaking about two people, the development company or the software development company, because we are focusing on software development, project management, or the technology project management. So the development company and the client company, as previously I told, if it is overestimated, your client might say, no need, this is your development company, this is your client company. Then the development company overestimated, then the client might say, no, no, no need, thanks, we'll find some another person or some another company. If it is underestimated, you have estimated lower than the expected value. Now what would be happen? Definitely your client might be happy, really happy. Obviously that's fine, really nice. But after 80% of work, both of the teams are getting into a trouble. How your team getting into a trouble? Because you do not have sufficient amount to spend money for your salaries and stuff. And your client might be worried after 80%, you are asking some another amount without any reason. So a correct cost estimation impacts for the both sides. So either you are development or the client, whatever the position, you should have a proper negotiation and understand, all right, this is the most appropriate cost estimation. If something gone wrong, it impacts for your project. So this is very, very important aspect. Importance of estimation. Overestimation and its effects. It's a loss of the business. Obviously now you have good understanding. Yes, right. If you don't do some sort of like actual required is 1 million rupees, but you are estimating 2 million rupees, probably it might be rejected. In simple terms, if you ask from your parents, uh, can I have 10,000 for a trip? Your parents might say, no need. 10,000 no need. Why you need 10,000? But if you ask from your parents for 2,500, 1,200, 500 around 1,000 or 2,500 around, your parents might say, all right, okay, that's fine. But 10,000, 15,000, your parents might be, lot of questions might be there. A similar thing happens in the real world. So the overestimation will lose the business. If you estimated your trip high estimated, then your parents might be rejected it. No need. Rejected it. No need. No business at all. Or it might be a lot of questions at the end of the day. Sometimes you might get approved, but you have to face a lot of problems because it's overestimated. And if it is underestimated, budget overrun might be there. You want for your vacation or your trip for like around, we'll take very simple trip like with friends traveling in a train, right? To 2,500 rupees. You know, around I need for snacks and other stuff, I need 2,500, but you approved from your parents, it's just 500 rupees. Now what happens in here? You have to ask from your friends, budget overrun. Budget overrun. You don't have sufficient money to spend. Now it's a disturbance for your friends too. Similarly, extract same case. Once it comes to budget overrun, it affects for your client as well as the development company. So your client might be unhappy at the end of the day. Your client might say, oh, we thought we can do it. And your development company, your board of directors, everyone might say, oh, Mr. So-and-so told, like we'll take Mr. Sasidaran told, we can do it for 1 million rupees. But unfortunately, now you're asking 2 million rupees. Why you have done this? Because Sasidaran is a fool, right? Sasidaran is a fool. So now the project managers are telling Sasidaran is a fool. Dilanti is telling, oh, Sasidaran, what you have done? Well, you asked for only 1 million rupees. Now you're asking 2 million rupees. Okay? It's a problem now. Both sides are problems. Both sides are in problematic manner. Right. Accurate cost estimations helps to prioritize the project work. Now, if you estimate, if your estimation, your correct estimations can help in multiple aspects. The first one is you can prioritize the work. You can prioritize the work. What is the project that you are going to do first? It might be the task C because it's required 5 million rupees. So it might be task B because it's a very simple task and I'll complete it soon. It depends on the work and the output. A lot of things might be the effect for that. But basically, you should understand we can prioritize the work. Now, I will give the same example for you. You are going to approved some amount, right? 2000 rupees for your trip. Now you can prioritize the work. Now you have 2000 rupees, right? Now you have 2000 rupees. Now what you are going to do? Now you are going to purchase something like a watch, 4500 rupees from that approved budget. What will be happen? Remaining 500 for the trip. Again, you might be in a problem, right? Again, you are in a problem. So this is not a good approach. What you can do, you can buy some sort of snacks around 500 rupees. And for traveling cost, you might keep around 800 rupees, right? Very poor budget. So 500 for snacks and 800 for traveling cost, right? Then it's just 1003 and you have around remaining 700 rupees. Now you allocated for these tasks, right? Now this is your prioritized work. Your first priority is traveling cost. It might be 800. You know it. You can calculate, right? You can calculate it. This is the first priority task. The second priority task is the snacks, and there might be a shared room, right? You have to spend around 500 rupees. 500 rupees each one, right? Then we can have a shared room, right? 500 rupees each. No worries at all. Still, you have remaining 2200 rupees. You can do something else. You can give 50 rupees for beggar. Clear? Now, these are the task, the prioritizing task. If you prioritize the task, no, I can't go without this much of a watch. You can't do anything else. So you have to prioritize the work. What is the highest prioritized work? In this case, traveling is the highest prioritized cost. The second one is the snacks and stuff. Then you might have around dinner or something if you have, or sponsored. That depends. Resource utilization, human resource, hardware purchases, and so on and so forth. A lot of things are there. Resource utilization. Once it comes to a company, you have to utilize a person for 40 hours per week, 8 hours per day, 8 hours per day, then 5 days per week, 18 to 5, 40 hours of work. Now, you have to give some sort of estimation for this person. I think this is a software engineer. So in Sri Lanka, the average software engineer's cost for budgeting purposes, right? Budgeting purposes for client is around 6,000 to 8,000 rupees, right? Sri Lankan rupees, 6,000 to 8,000 rupees per hour. Right? That's the budget around current trend. Sometimes I have seen around 10,000 per hour even estimations are there, right? So usually if we get 6,000 to 8,000 per hour, so we know the estimated for 1 week, then we can calculate for month, right? So you can calculate per month how much is the cost. So there's an approved budget. There's an approved budget. You are going to take this approved budget for this person for salary. We are giving some sort of salary for this person based on this approved budget. That's why we want to get the accurate estimations. And similarly, there might be hardware purchases. Sometimes you might need to purchase a laptop, or it might be a desktop or a server or something. Whatever you want to purchase it. If your estimations are incorrect, now as an example, if you do not thought about even a hardware purchase, you might think, all right, we have 10 laptops nowadays, no worries at all, we can do. But unfortunately, 3 of laptops are not working all of a sudden because those are electric devices. There's a possibility to stop all of that. Now what happens? It's a problem. To avoid these problems, we have to give some sort of proper or an actual or the accurate estimations. What are the proper or the good attributes of estimation? The first one is estimation should be realistic. If it is unrealistic, it might be effect for all the stakeholders. It might affect for your client, it might be effect for your development team, it might be affect your company reputation, and everywhere it might be affected. So it should be realistic. Joint effect for both development team and the project manager. Simply, you are the project manager. Now we are going to give some sort of estimation. You are not a technical background. You don't have any technical background. Now what you have to do, you have to ask from your architect or a tech lead, whoever the responsible person from the development team under the technical stuff. Get the hours, man hours. How much hours you need to develop this work, right? We will take an example. There's a login system. You can ask from your architect or your technical lead how much time you required to complete this task. It might be 8 hours, it might be 24 hours, it might be 6 hours, some hours. Your technical person or the technical team lead should be give these estimations. You can't just think you can't just think and give the estimations, right? For this login system, it's 8 hours. Now, if I ask a question, how much time you want to develop a simple login system using Java? A desktop application, will say a desktop. Now, if you don't have any experience, how can you give you some sort of experience? How much estimated? You don't have any experience. You can give some sort of random number. It might be 8, it might be 12, it might be 24. It's just a random number. That's why project managers always get the data from the development team, because development team, it might be a technical lead or an architect, whoever the responsible person, having good enough experience by doing similar kind of thing. If it is R&D work, research and development work, though it's a R&D work, the development team lead or the architect can give rough estimation, nearly correct estimation, because after staying in technical industry like software developer around 10 to 15 years, you have good enough experience. You know how much time you spend, because it's not 15 years, right? Once you are doing your undergraduate time, that time also they calculated, because you have got experience in there. Now you have good experience. That's why the project manager get those data from the development team, from the architect or the tech lead. So it's not a single effort, right? It's not a solo effort. It's not only the project manager. It's a joint effort from both development team and the project manager. Should be accepted by all stakeholders. In any case, if your stakeholders, it might be your client, it might be your internal team, whoever is going to reject, no, we can't do it. I will give a simple example. Now you are a project manager. Your tech team lead told, all right, we'll complete this task within 40 hours. Your technical lead is a new person who do not have much experience in the domain, will take, right? And all of a sudden giving, all right, we'll try around 40 hours. But as a software engineer, still you are new, right? But in the industry, you have stay around in the same domain around 2 to 3 years. Now, you know, practically 40 hours you can't. It's rejected by the development team or the developer, one of developer. Then you can negotiate with the technical lead. No, Machang, I can't complete within 40 hours. I need around 60 hours to complete this work. Then the technical lead, then you can convince to the technical lead. The technical lead can inform to the project manager, sorry, the estimation is incorrect. So could you please modify it to 60 hours? Then the project manager can update entire stakeholder list. It might be board of directors, or it might be the client or the some other person who is going to sponsor. All right, time is changed, so the budget is going to change. In that case, if the client is telling no, we can't allocate this much of amount, then back again the story comes to you. Can you please do something? Your project manager is asking, begging, right? You have to beg from the development, right? Project manager should beg, Majan, can you please, like, it's not 60 hours, why you can't within 50 hours, right? We are giving annual trip and others, so on and so forth. So can't you do it within 50 years, 50 hours? As a project manager, you should do. Now, it should be accepted by all the stakeholders. Now, you should have good understanding. It's not the development team, it's not the client, but it consists of it is estimation should be approved by wide variety of range. But in the real world, project managers and technical leads are getting the decision, even they do not share the real values with the development team or the developers, software engineers. They're keeping a margin, that's fine. But the margin is double of the size. That's the problem. As a project manager, you should be a transparent person. You should be a transparent person. You have to tell, all right, we need to complete the week within 1 month. This is the approval. But I would like to get this yes, work is finished within 21 days because there's a margin. This is the margin. This is fine because you want to, as a project manager, you should manage the risk. We spoke about last week, right? You should manage the risk. Now, managing risk is not something easy. All of a sudden, you can't do. A lot of things you have to do. Okay. Now, that's the importance in here. Decision is based on the relevant project experience. Experience of the size, technology, functions, and so on and so forth. Lot of things are there. It's not a simply one thing. It has a lot of things. The decision is based on the relevant project experience. Now, a person who do not have much experience in the domain, what that person can do, that person can contact a person who is having good experience in the domain and get relevant information. If the person is having good experience in the domain and technical architecture and everything, no worries at all. You can give a good estimate. Risk and success areas of the project considered. Now, another very good attribute of cost estimation is getting the risk and success areas, right? Risk, what are the risks areas? What are the success areas? Right? What are the success areas of the project? Now we'll see what are the steps in cost management. The first one is establish a cost estimation objective. Cost estimation objective. What is the meaning of cost estimation objective? Cost estimation objective is something that you are going to think or what you are going to achieve at the end of the day. Generate a project plan regarding the data resources. Now the second important point is you have to generate a project plan, a proper project plan, because a project plan consists of number of multiple aspects. There are a lot of data sources. It might be some of your previous project, or it might be your individual project as a freelancer you have done, or it might be your director having a similar kind of project, done a similar kind of project, then they are telling, okay, these things are there. Whatever the stuff you can tell. Discuss the software requirement. Now, without getting proper requirements, I'm pretty sure you are unable to create a proper estimation because you don't know. I will give a simple example for you. Time back, one of my friend asked to develop a simple e-commerce application. It's not a complex e-commerce application, no purchases and stuff, just items are there. Around 2013 around, or 2009, 10 around, if I'm not mistaken. Then I told that's fine. Okay, I'll develop. Then I just thought it's just something, some of items are there. Then there's a price. Then there's a bucket, add to cart, then check out, and that's it. Then he asked how much you want. I told this much of amount. That's fine. Very, very low cost, right? Very low cost. Very low cost. Then it was really happy. Then I started the deal, started, and I have completed after some time. Then all of a sudden, the uh, client who sponsors for my friend is asking to develop payment gateway. I don't have any experience at that time to configure a payment gateway. I was got stuck. Now because I don't have the proper requirements. There's no document. It's just verbally communication only. So they're not nerds. What I have learned, I'm clearly defining the scope. Whatever the software comes to me, I'm clearly defining the scope. Okay, these things are going to deliver. For these things, this is the cost. If it is modified, the cost might be changed. Do you agree for that? Do you agree for that? If not, finally, it might be a problem for the both sides. You don't think one person leaving is not something, it's a leaving of a chain, because he spread out. This thing is not good. I will give an example. One of my friend is hate with a bank, right? We take the Asia Bank, right? Asian Bank, right? Asian Bank is worst. Now one of my friend asked to get a recommendation. Now he like done destroyed the bank. Destroyed the bank. Entire bank was destroyed. None of us do not go to that bank after sharing that story. Right? You might have these might of friends. They are sharing their real thoughts. Now, what you have to think, all right, this person got this kind of experience, so we might get the same experience in one day, definitely. Clear? Right. Similarly, once it comes to software requirements, you should be get out the most appropriate boundary, the outline. It might be not 100%, because if we don't know, we have no experience at all, then we can give some sort of rough estimation. It might be 10 to 15, plus and minus border might be there. That's fine, but it should be not double of the size. Finding more details about software feasibility, a feasibility study. Without a proper feasibility study, please don't try to give a cost estimation. Because if there's no any technical feasibility, and if you are going with a gut feeling, that might be a problem. So you should have sufficient resources, sufficient people, sufficient technologies or the frameworks to complete a work. If not, pretty sure you might get into a trouble in sooner or later. So what you have to do, you have to create a proper feasibility study prior to attending for cost estimation. Now, this is another step, important step in cost management. Use several independent cost estimation techniques to capitalize the strength. There are different strategies, different equations inherited from financial management and financial economics. Those things like sometimes they are giving equations. After applying these kind of things, you might get these kinds of output. Please do not rely on just a single fact. You have to calculate as much as calculations, then take the highest strength. I'm not speaking, I'm not telling, all right, after taking one, you can't get the proper. one is more than enough. You can get rough idea, but for the highest strength, you can get more and more things, and you can take highest important things in there. Compare different estimations and iterate the estimation process. Now, for a given process the estimations, you can iterate time to time. You can do recalculate and recalculate and recalculate and find most fine gained output. Monitor the actual cost and the progress when project started and provide feedback result to the project manager. Now, this is another very important factor. This is cost control. There are different equations: cost performance index, schedule performance index, and so on and so forth. Lot of things are there. Earned value related calculations. You can do those calculations easily. Those are not hard calculations. Very simple calculations are there. By doing these calculations, you can find how much it is deviated from the current state. As an example, if the project is 50% is completed, but your budget almost completed, no budget at all, finish, your money is finished, then it's a problem. To avoid such situation, what you can do, simply you can create a proper schedule and you can adjust accordingly. Now, as an example, if it is the first few days, it might be highest cost. Obviously, yes, you can. It's anticipated, because usual situation is having like purchases, some sort of hardware devices, purchases of different most important uh, softwares. So there might be very high cost in first few days. Obviously, yes, but it should be in your track. You should know before starting the project, this much of cost might be there in the initial few days. Then you can schedule it. First few days, 60% of cost is going. The rest of the 40 I'm going to spend as salary and the other stuff. Before creating cost budgeting, you need to create a work breakdown structure. Now, I'm going to stop the work from here. Right? I'm going to Microsoft Project, and I'm going to give some sort of a simple starting or an initialization, or get the first introduction to Microsoft Project. But you can run as much as you want, then you can understand more and more Microsoft Project related work, right? I'm stopped from the cost and budgeting work from here. Then I'll back after doing MS Project work, and I'll start the session again, right? That's my goal today, right? I'm going to discard the work. All right. I'm going to share my screen. Right, I think you can see my screen. All right. Now what I'm going to do, I just press Windows key, project. I'm going to type project. I believe like 2 weeks back around, I shared the link with you, as well as Mr. Banuka shared the link with you also. So I'm pretty sure you have Microsoft Project 2013 is installed in your machine. So from that, if it is not installed, no worries. This is a recorded video, so you can download the video and go through later on. You don't want to work with me, and as well as you have sufficient recorded practical situations in YouTube. right? Lot of around 5 to 6 hours videos are there, but I will give some basic understanding because that's quite important for you to understand it. Not only the exam, it might be definitely there might be a practical, right? Practical in the sense as work to do using Microsoft Project. Apart from that, day-to-day life as a project manager, you should work this project some version. It might be not 2013, some another version, or it might be recently because of this cost. Project 2013 is not much used, but before that, shall I go to Microsoft Project? I'll show you different aspects. MS Project. I'm going to search Microsoft Project Management. It's a project management tool. All right. Now, right here, you can see some overview on this, right? This is the project official page. If I go to plans and prices, you can see the price. Plan 1, plan 3, plan 5, they are paying like user per month. It's $10, it's $30, $55 per user per month. Okay, it's a cloud based and on premises, right? On premises, you can see it's 160 around 159,999, 160. It's 300 and something, right? So professional project professional 2021 is 300, right? So 300,000 means it's a cost for a company. It's a huge cost, right? Some companies do not care about that, but for the most part, most of the companies do not allocate this much of budget for a one single software. Okay, and there are a lot of alternatives for this MS project. So what the current trend is, organizations using different tools uh, like Redmine. Redmine is one of popular, very popular one because it's open source and easy to configure even. So different softwares are there like Jira. Right, Jira is one of another popular tool. There are a lot of tools available, but basically MS Project is in our subject area, right? So you should know some sort of basics. Okay, so that's why I'm telling. But don't stop from here, right? Today I'm giving some demonstration in you, but don't stop from here. Go as much as you can. Though it's usable or not, no worries at all. Learn it. If there's an opportunity, you might get that opportunity easily if you have experience. Okay, right. Again, back to the discussion. Now these are the different varieties. Now currently 2021 version, but we are using 2013 version. Bit older, but that's fine. We can do most of the work. Okay, and there's a set of tutorials there. There is it. I can't remember some of tutorials in MSDN there. I can't remember. Where is it? It's fine. Right. Okay. Community. Okay. See, in here you can get some of information. Different stories are there. Right. Different information in here. You can go through if you really like to learn about this software product. It's really nice. You can get different updates and different things, right? related to MS project. Okay, but don't try to apply the latest software things into your project, because we are using MS 2030. Got the point? We are going to use MS 2013. It's not 2021. So if there's any possibility, as an example, you can download a free trial and try for limited time. That's fine. All right. That's all that I want to give related to this software product, but you can dive as much as you want. Let me start a small demonstration on this. I'm going to type project 2013. Now this is not your first initial view. First view, it might be different, but don't worry. Okay. Now here, what you have to do, you have to start with a simple blank project, but there are different templates available. I'm not going to speak about these templates. Instead of, I'm going to start a raw blank project. Now this is the common view. This is the common view in the MS project. Now under the MS project, whatever you started, you have to do the first things first, right? You have to go to the backstage. Backstage means once you click file, you can go to the backstage. This is the backstage. Now in here, you have to go to the different options available. You have to go to options. Once you click options, you have different things. We will come we will do some work back and forth to understand these things. But the first thing, once you start, go to save and make sure to tick this auto save in some time. I just created 5 minutes. If you want to 10 minutes, no worries at all. You can save it 10 minutes and change the default file location. If you don't like to save in this place, this is the standard location. If you are unhappy to store the files in here, what you can do, simply you can change the location, whatever the location that you want. It might be your D drive, it might be your desktop or some other place. Please don't use desktop. Clean your desktop all the time. Don't put a lot of files in your desktop. It might be a problem at the end of the day. Be organized. As a project manager, you should be organized. Well, simply you can change it. Then others you can keep default. Then make sure to okay. That's the first thing that you want to do. Once you open your Microsoft project, please make sure to do that well. If not, there are a lot of problems, because if you do not save it automatically, you have done a work 6 hours, 4 hours, all of a sudden machine is crashed. Now what happened? Nothing. Your 4 hours of work is deleted. No one is going to help you to get it back. So the best thing is make sure to auto save. Right. Now we'll go through this view a little bit. Initially, we have a ribbon like similarly Microsoft Word, Excel and stuff. Different things are there: task, resource, report, project, view, and format, and so on and so forth. Some new ribbons also coming in time to time. But we'll go to the task. There, what comes to the task ribbon, you can see different views are there: Gantt chart, calendar, network diagram, resource usage, and so on and so forth. A lot of things are there. And these are basic text related work like cut and paste, bold, italic, underline, and so on and so forth. Under this case, under this point, you can see how much percentage of work is completed. We will do some work and we will get some sort of experience on this also. And we can schedule the task in different aspects. And scheduling can be do using manual or auto scheduling. And there might be some sort of tasks related insertions. milestones, summary tasks and stuff, and information about one task, and add some sort of notes and stuff. So scrolling mechanisms are in the task ribbon. So once it comes to resource, you can see the resource team planner. Similarly, there are different views there, and the resource pool, we can assign some sort of resources in the sense users. Most of the cases it might be a person, because MS project is not only for software development. You should think it's not only for software development, but also it applies for construction, electricity project related work, and lot of things, lot of people are using this MS project. So this is not only focused for software development. So that's the most important thing that you have to understand. Then leveling, different resources can be leveled. Once it comes to reports, we can generate a lot of reports, cash reports, cost related work, right? Earn value reports, right? Cost overruns, how much cost is gone out, extra exceeds, earn value reports. In progress, you can see what are the progress working and so on and so forth, right? And once it comes to project, you can have sub projects and project information, WBS, work breakdown structure, right? WBS, working time you can change, and some other important things you can do. Once it comes to view, you can change it into different views like network diagrams, calendar, some other views are there, and team planner, some other things are there. So you can sort, you can filter, a lot of things you can do. Simply you can create some sort of macros. If you know about VB, Visual Basic, you can create macros and you can execute them without any hesitate. Once it comes to format, you can see different Gantt chart styles. There summary tasks, project summaries, right? Outline numbers, lot of things are there. You can have some sort of drawings, right? You can arrows and stuff in there. Most of the part, you do not want to much formatting because you don't have much time to make it elegant. You just try to fix the nuts and bolts and hand over the schedule. But that in real world, that's the reality. Okay, you don't have much of time to work on this. Right. Right. I think you have some sort of understanding, and in here you might see if you are using a cooperative account or your personal account, your name and other stuff. We start with the backstage. This is the backstage. Once you click the file, you can see the backstage. Under the backstage, you can see what are the most recent uh, files that I have used. And this information is related to the current project that we are going to do, right? In the starting date, finish date and stuff, everything is related to today work. And we can create new. Under the new, there are different angles we can start with a blank project from existing one. If you have created Excel sheet, you can upload it to here. Then you can convert into a MS project schedule and SharePoint tasks. And then you can have software development plan. Simply just click, everything is in there. But don't submit it in your final exams, right? Just you can click it and commit. Please don't do it, right? You can budget, construction, earn value related calculations, SPI, CP and stuff. We will calculate, right? Don't worry. We will calculate the earn value related stuff. Then market research work, business plan, a lot of things are there in here to learn. Right? Sometimes you might see these things needs to download. The templates needs to download. Sometimes you need to purchase them. Okay. You can open. This is the most recent projects, and you can take it from OneDrive or you can take it from your computer. Once it comes to save, you can see automatically it comes to save as. Now I'm going in open. Now I'm going to click save, it automatically comes to save as, because this is the first time. Because this is the first time, you have to save in a proper place to save your document. Then only it might comes to the save as. First of all, you have to save it. Then printing options. If you configured a printer, it might be comes to this place, and you can change the settings according to the requirement that you want. It might be A4 page that you want. It might be portrait. And these are the pages from 1 to something. There's no data for now, but once we create some sort of report or some another thing, we can take it. And hint, please do not print until you require it, because we want to minimize the carbon footprint. It's additional statement apart from the um, project management. Please make sure to minimize the printouts. It supports to unwanted environmental pollution, like we want to cut the trees, and unwanted ink and stuff is there. And so please minimize whatever the stuff that you are printing. I'm pretty sure you don't print anything nowadays, but once it comes to your organization also, try to share everything in digital manner, minimize the printing. As a manager, as a leader, you can do it. Right? As a leader, you can save the world. Our responsibility is save the world. Right. Back to the story. We can do some sort of printing work, sharing. We can share in different manner. And no, I don't want to save it for now. We'll export it. We can export as a PDF. Right. We can create a PDF. We can export it. Um, Under the account section, you can change the personal details. For myself, I'm not using a product that is a licensed product. It's just a trial, so it's not working now. You can see the project activation failed. For you, it might be not the story, right? And you can change the office theme according to your requirement. You can see it's going to change the different colors, right? Dark gray, right now, and stuff, right? But I'll keep it. Sorry, I'll go to here, account, then I'll take the standard white. It's more than enough for me. And there's connected services. You can connect any service, storage, OneDrive, even your university account, Outlook. It can be Outlook in this. Sorry, the OneDrive can be connected to here, so you can save all the time. But it consumes data. That's the main disadvantage in here. But if you, it is safe, right? If you are using cloud storage, that's the safe place, because even your computer is not working, no worries at all. Okay, right. That's the account. Under the options, we have different options available. Once it comes to initially the general, the screen tips and default view and date format. So you can change the default view. You can see once it comes to here, right? It's in the format. Let me go to back. I'll go to the task, then you can understand it quite easily. I'll go to options. Now we can see it's the Gantt with timeline. It's a Gantt chart. You can see the date format. You can change the date format according to your requirement. Different date formats are there. Please make sure to adhere to your company or the organizational date and time format. Some people use different companies using different date and times. Some Asian countries using something, UK countries are using something, US is using some another thing, and German some another thing. Some different countries, I'm not sure. Different people are different using different styles are using. Whatever the style, you have to change it in here. You can change the username, initials. For me, I don't care about these things. So office background, you can change the background if you really fancy person. you can change different background. So I don't want to change anything. I don't want to change the office theme or any other thing. I'm a humble person, so nothing changed. These are the default, but it might be different from you once you change your settings. And once it comes to display, you can see the calendar type. It's Georgian, right? Thai Buddhist calendar, right? And some other calendars are there. It depends on your version. I have seen some Chinese calendars also there, and some people recently I have seen the Sri Lankan calendar, including the Poya days and holidays. There's a calendar. Those are might be sometimes like customized calendars, right? Somehow you can find, but we usually use this Georgian calendar. That is the normal January 1st to starting from January 1st to December 31st calendar. And here you can see decimals, currency and stuff. I don't want to change those things, but if you are using some another currency, please make sure to change the currency in here. And you can see it's going to place in here, but if it is like some another currency, like we take some other currency, we take what right, RUR. See, you can change it to some another place like this. Whatever the place that you want, you can change. I'll keep standard USD for me, but you can change to whatever the type that you want. Show indicators and options buttons for resources and everything. So I'm selected everything. Sometimes your ticks might be not in here, but make sure to, if it is not, please make sure to tick those things. Those are very important, unless it might be problems like you don't know what is happening in here and there. Then the schedule. The standard schedule is work starts on Sunday, but you can change it to Monday. No worries at all. This is fiscal year. Fiscal year means the financial year. As you already know, there are quarters like quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. Like year is divided into 4, and different quarters are there. Some quarters, some companies start in the financial year from April, most of the part. Some companies starts from January. Usually it's starts from April, because they want 4 months of grace period to do the payments for their clients. And the default start time, you can change it to whatever the time that you want, and you can end time, you can change the ending time that as per the organizational requirement. But currently almost all the IT companies are working from home, so no worries at all. The time is not a problem for us now. IT people are intelligent. We don't want to go to a place and do the work while we are going to a place, right? No point at all. That's useless. Um, we can work at home if it is like not in home, even anywhere in the world, if we have a laptop and an internet connection, that's it, isn't it? We don't want anything else. We just sit anywhere, right? We can start our work in from any place, even in the bus, or it might be train, no worries at all, anywhere. We just want internet connection, that's it. A computer with the internet connection, that's it. As a software engineer or whatever IT people, we are in the prominent people, we are the front. We are location is not a problem us. That's not a problem at all. We don't want to go for office. That's the traditional office. That's not the intelligent solution. That's happens in good old days, right? Nowadays we don't want. And hours per day, probably nowadays lot of people are doing flexible hours. That means there's no specific 8 hours. It's just some sort of task of 40 hours. So you can complete your task 40 hours in night or day or whatever the time that you want. No worries at all. Total hours should be covered. Yeah, that means you have assigned a work that consists of 40 hours. So you can complete that 40 hours in any time that you want according to your requirement. No worries at all. Only the importance is you should be able to attend for the meetings in the proper schedule, because meetings are important. Clients are joining for so we want to attend the meetings at that time. That's it. Other than that, no worries at all. Hours per week, it's 40 hours. Usually it's 40 hours, but some companies required 45 hours, including the Saturday half days. It depends on the company. And days per month, 20 days, excluding Saturdays and Sundays, uh, and other specific days. It might be 21, 23, or some another reduced number of days. Messages we want, and new tasks created. uh, how we are going to have manually scheduled, or it might be auto scheduled. We can create auto scheduled. You can see in here, not in here, I mean the bottom, bottom, right? Bottom. New tasks, it's manually scheduled because I have initially selected manually scheduled. If I click auto scheduled, it might be changed once it comes to new tasks created. Auto scheduled tasks, project start date. Whenever you are starting the project, that's auto schedule. Duration and days, working hours, weekly task type, it's fixed units. Usual situation nowadays, it's fixed duration, that's it, or fixed work. We don't want to worry about the units because it's not pay for hours, it's pay for task. Now the world is changing. COVID exposed this unwanted stuff to the real world. So we do not work for hours, we work for work. Because I know I know some companies, they have a fingerprint. Early in the morning, they are running to their place. Early in the morning, 8 o'clock, they want to go. So what they are doing, they are running as much as fast they can, and they keep the fingerprint. They start the work at 10 o'clock. 8 o'clock, their fingerprint is there. I personally have experienced this. Right? 8 o'clock they are in the office, but they will start the work at 10 o'clock. Sometimes they start the work at 10 o'clock, then 10:30, they go for a tea, then come back 11:30. And 11:30 onwards, they do some work, then back again, go to the lunch, then have some small rest, then again tea and come perfectly 5 o'clock. Perfectly 5 o'clock, they keep their fingerprint and come back. So that's something like weird, right? No point at all. If we are intelligent, we are all are graduates, we are working with intelligent people, there should be no restriction like that. We should get paid for the work, isn't it? The work that we are going to do, it might be regardless of the location and the time. So nowadays it's changed, the world is going to change. That's the best thing that I have seen. COVID exposed this unwanted work, right? Great. Now calculations are on. Usually it's on. If it is not in on your machine, make sure to off it. And update task and stuff, it's like fix, keep it default cost, it's prorated, but you can change it to start and end, but keep it prorated as it is. It's cost management, it's your self-study work that you are going to do in next 2 weeks. There are provings, right? Uppercase, ignore uppercase, and contain numbers and stuff, auto correction options. So these are default, I don't want to change anything. Dictionary is US, I kept it, but if you want to change it to some another country, please make sure to change it. And French mods and Spanish, those are not applicable for us. So for us, it's just English. If you don't think, if you're working for a UK client, make sure to change to UK, because there are few words, like some words are different. From the spellings are different and pronunciation also. But in the case of writing, the spellings are different. So make sure to change it to UK, right? United Kingdom here. right? Unless your client might be unhappy because they are speaking in their mother tongue, regardless of the any other thing, they speak in their mother tongue, right? Not like us, right? Right here, it's saving options. I spoke about a little bit. Somehow I'll speak again. Save the files. This is the project standard MPP format, but you can change it to some another version, but I'll keep it as it is. And the file location, you can change it after browse. So whatever the project, whatever the time, your first effort should be change your auto save. That's the most important in here. Don't show backstage. If you don't want to show the backstage in here, you can click in here. Save and the save templates. Cache size, keep it 50. It's more than enough. If you want to increase the cache, you can click here and increase your cache size. The cache location, you can change your cache location to some another place that you want. I'll create another place cache, right? It's already there. That is that. Correct. Okay, it's like a new folder. I'll click it. Okay, then it comes to here. Then I'm going to click OK. Right. Next time you start the project, no worries at all. I'll keep it there. And I think you are clear about these functions: new, open, save as, print, share, export. Yep. Yes, these are the most recent projects, the most recent files that you have opened. And I think we are good to go now. Almost everything is clear. Any problems that you are facing now? Is that too fast? Any questions? Too fast? I can make it a little bit slower, but since it's a recorded video, I just going a little bit faster. You can watch the movie again and again. That's why I'm going a little bit faster. So you can stop, pause, and you can rewatch anytime, any number of times that you want. That's why I just go a little bit faster. But if the content is a little bit harder, if it is hard to understand, please let me know, then I can change it. I can change my speed account. No worries at all. No questions at all? Everything is okay? All right. All right. So now, before you start your project, MS project, the very first thing that you want is you want to create a calendar, because you are working for a specific number of days, a month, right? Whatever the task. So what you have to do, you have to start in here. You have to go to the project. Then you have to create change working time. Under the change working time, there are different calendars available. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new calendar for my project. I'm going to create a new calendar. Uh, project test or alpha. I have created a new calendar named as Project Alpha. And I'm going to make a copy of standard calendar because I'm just using some other standard calendar. If you are using night shift, 24 hours, service-based companies, 24 hours working schedules are there. We'll think it's a development company. So basically 8 hours per day we are working. Right? So what we are going to do, we are creating a new calendar. We can create a new base calendar too, but it's lot of work. So instead of we'll get the standard calendar, the Georgian calendar into our project, then we'll configure it accordingly. I click OK. Now this is the calendar that I got. This you can see it's the for calendar. It's changed to Project Alpha. In here you can see the working days, and these are the non-working days. Right? These are the non-working days, and these are the like edited working hours. We can change it, and exceptional days. Usually exceptional days are the days that we are going to have holidays and other stuff. Under this area, you can see the exceptions and work weeks, right? Initially, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to create an exception. Now we'll take 20th is holiday, right? It's a POE day. We'll take it's rename it as POE day. POE day. And it starts 8th, not 8th. It starts on 20th. Starts on 20th. Ends on 20th. So it's a POE day, is a holiday. Now you can see it's changed. It's an exceptional day. So we have to ignore these days. If you calculate with these days, it might be problem, because in this week you can see it's 4 days only. So to make sure if it is 40 hours or 45 hours, it might be problem at the end of the day if your estimations might be incorrect. To avoid that, the very first thing is you have to create a proper calendar, the holidays and other stuff. We'll take another day like 28th. We have some another work like a meeting, client meeting. And meeting. 28th, we have a client meeting. So that what we are going to do, I'm just double click in here. It's a working day, only 8 to 12. Now it's a working day 8 to 12. So that day we are not working in evening. And we can see the recurrence, how much the frequency, the number of frequency that we are going to do, and the range of occurrence, the start and the end. I'll keep the defaults there. It's just daily, every 1 day. It's just 1 day. I'll click OK. So it's only 1 day. And if it is the first or the 30th, the third, so we have a discussion or just meeting. Okay, no worries at all. And we'll create it third. So I'm going to double click in here. The working times are going to change. It's not morning, it's evening 1 to 5. And it's a weekly, right? It's weekly Monday. Every Monday we have to work like this. Very good, right? Very good. It starts from January 3rd. No worries at all. And we'll take April 30th. We'll click OK. Now you can see all the dates are updated accordingly. See, all the dates are updated. Now what you have to do, you have to create the calendar like this. The very first thing is you should create this calendar. There are like April, we have 13th to 15th holidays, right? So we have to create these holidays before allocating any resource, before allocating any work. We have to create our calendar properly. If not, definitely it's a problem. At the end of the day, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. To avoid that, we have to do that, right? So what has happened? 2020, 21, 22, right? 22 January. Yeah, it's 22 January. This is my calendar. Now, this is weird calendar, right? This is a weird calendar, but it depends on your requirements, your client's requirements, and so on and so forth. A lot of things are there. Now we have created our project alpha. You can see these white color, these are working days and these are non-working days, and edited, the underlined, the edited working days. You can see there's an edit, right? Edited working days, and there's an exceptional days. Few of exceptional dates are there. Non-default working days, if you change these kinds of things, are there might be non-default working days also. What I'm going to do, if you want to click here again, if you can change the details again, you might go to the same thing, but I just double click, then it's the easiest thing. You don't want to go to details and stuff. If you want to delete any other thing, you can delete it. No worries at all. If you click options, you can change the standard things. Similarly, what is appeared in the backstage. Okay, right. I'll click OK. Everything is fine. Now I have created calendar for my project. Next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add my project information. When I'm going to start the project, I'm going to start my project on 10th. I'm going to start the project on 10th. So the current date is 8th. No worries at all. Current status date. We can start it like all right. Now finish date will no worries at all. It's auto scheduled. No worries at all. Scheduled from project start date. If it is project end date, the finish date might be, we'll see, the finish date is the initial date, the importance, because we can start from the end and start to schedule the beginning. But what I have done project start date. I have started some sort of date, some January 10th onwards, it's going. If it is finish date, I'm going to finish it another date, and from there I'm going to schedule like from April, May, March, then February, then January. That kind of scheduling is quite hard. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change back into the start date. Okay, priority. These are values. You can change the priorities, but I don't want to change the priorities here. Once you click statistics, you can see the basic statistics related to the project, right? Starting the finishing still in there. We don't have a baseline still, no actual, no variance, right? Everything in here. How much completed we don't have, work we don't have. Still, it's no statistics found because just we have created a calendar and just we have created the project information. Now the project is ready to take the information to the task view. Now, what you can do, you can start in different manner. Now in here, you can see the initially I told there are two scheduling types are there, auto scheduling and manual scheduling. Now I have changed in there to auto scheduling, but if it is still in manual scheduling, you can change it to here, click here and change to manual schedule. No worries at all. Once you click manual scheduling, because I have spent 10 minutes, right? That's why it's asking to save. I just need to save now, right? I'm going to save it in my computer. I just want to save in the documents. I just save. Now it's a manually scheduled work, right? It's manually scheduled work. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to hypothetically creating some sort of set of tasks, but you can do have a proper understanding or go through a real project and understand your work. Even your assignment related work also fine for me. Okay, right. The first requirements. Yeah, now, once I click the task name, you may see there's a push pin with a question mark. That means you need more information because we haven't added a duration, start date, or a finish date or any other date. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add set of dates, 10 days, and I'm going to start the project. Now, all of a sudden you can see there's a small bar, but ends are still blurred. See, the ends are still blurred because we don't have a start date or a finish date. Now I'm going to add a start date. All right. Automatically it creates a finish date based on this 10 days. Okay. Now this is January 1st, sorry, January 10th. It's ending on January 24th. Now you can see the ends are not in blurred manner. Okay, this is manual schedule task. We'll add another manual schedule task, client meeting. Okay. We have 1 day, and this task is happen on 11th. Automatically happening, no worries at all. Now, similarly, you can add any number of tasks to here. Starting development. We can take around 20 days. Just type in 20 days, and I'm going to start in on 17th. Similarly, you can add any number of things. And again, you can like select any other task. You can change it to auto schedule. Now there's a color difference. You can see this is in steel color and this is in blue color. Clear? Now it's two different colors. If I change it to automatically, see the color is changing. And if you click here, it's auto schedule. Right? Auto schedule. You can have any proceedings in here. You can add any resources. We don't have any resources still now, so we'll keep it as it is. Okay. For now, I'll do this stuff in like in here. I'll go to manual scheduled. I'm going to manual scheduled. Going to manual scheduled. If someone asks what is the most appropriate method, so I'm not going to tell this is the best. It depends on you. Okay, it depends on you. It depends on the experience. It depends on the work that you like to do. So I can't stress you on only for manual scheduled or only for auto scheduled. I don't want to stress you. You can select whatever the method that fit for you. You feel free to do whatever you want. I'm not stress you for a specific method. All right. Now we have created few tasks. Now this is the uh, lines. These are the lines, right? These are the lines of dates. And next, what we are going to do, we are going to the task. Sorry. Yeah, we are going to the task, and we can see different views are here. I'm going to change to the calendar. Now you can see in the calendar from 10th to 24th, requirements gathering are there. And there's a client meeting on 18th. And there's a development, 20 days of work of development. Now you can see, right? Now these are the views, different views in this case, but if it is your examination, you just copy and paste. If it is weekly view, you can see it's in weekly view. You can change it to customer number of weeks, right? You can change the number of weeks to 2. Then you might see 2 weeks, this week and the next week. But you can scroll down, then you can find relevant days. Just copy paste or just take a snap and paste it. That's it. Game over. All right. Back to the Gantt chart. Right. This is your Gantt chart, a basic Gantt chart. Everything is in here. If you want to do some sort of like select and give some sort of color, you can give a color. If you want to change the text color, you can change the text color, right? If you want to change your font type, right, you can change the font type, whatever the things that you can do. But usual situation, you don't have time to do these fancy things. You just do the work. As a project manager, you don't have much time. You just do the work. That's the reality, right? Now I'm pretty sure you are clear about this, creating tasks in manual and automated schedule. If you have any questions, please ask me. I just done created a calendar and added some sort of project information, then added few tasks using auto scheduling and manual scheduling. Any questions? Shall I share Google Doc with you if you are really here to ask the questions? Okay, I have created a document. Here you go. This is document. You can ask any question. It's anonymous, so you can ask any question. Yeah, it's in the screen. What you can see is a yeah, it's a Gantt chart. The screen you can see it's a Gantt chart. Any other questions? If you don't have any questions, shall I have a small question? A simple question. Give me a second. I'll create a simple question for you. Sleepy, boring, too fast, too slow. I don't think so. Today I went too slow. I just went a little bit faster because you can watch this movie again and again. Because yeah, the other hand is it's easy to understand. So there's no any hard things. No questions. Okay, let me share the question with you then. Very simple question. You go. Very simple question. There's a question. What are the benefits using automatic functions? Automatic functions in the sense auto scheduling. So it's the question. Automatic functions in the sense auto scheduling. All right. Auto scheduling, we don't want to do any manual work. Now, as an example, if I change to auto schedule, it starts from here, right? See, it starts from here. You can do testing. And again, this if there's some sort of like auto scheduled in here, now you can see it's in here. Now I'm going to auto schedule it. It comes back to here. See, then we can do end of this should be start from here. Okay, like those kinds of things we can do. End of this starts from here. So we don't want to calculate it. Right? So we do not want to do calculate it. Everything is automatically calculated. That's the importance in here. Most of the part we don't want to do anything. So automatically, but it's quite dangerous. If you got missed anything, it might be a problem. Can you see the screen? Still not speaking without the screen. Is that so?
No, sir.
Oh shit. See, I think you can see now, right? In here, I have changed to here. This is the manual task, right? So this is a manual task. It's a manual task. Now you have to do like start date. You have to tell end date and you have to start date. At least you have to tell. Now, if you auto scheduled it, it start ending from here to should be start from here. It might be automatically comes to here. Now reset on. It will automatically goes to here. We'll do these kinds of things. Automatically it's scheduling. It's push and pull here and there. That's the most important thing apart from the calculations. Is that sufficient? You want anything additionally? All right. How about the responses? No responses still. Oh God. It's a single question. Quickly. 1 minute. I got one answer. How about the others? Two answers. That's it. All right. We'll see. I'll share the screen. It's anonymous. No worries at all. We'll see the answers. All right. One student told it's page layout. The other student told resources. So what's the correct answer? Correct answer is page layout. Shall we see? We have a resource ribbon or resource tab. Let me share the screen and explain you here. I think you can see the screen now, right? So this is the resource ribbon. So we have a resource ribbon, but we do not have a page layout ribbon. See, we have task, resource, report, project, view and format. So we don't have a page layout tab in here. Okay. All right. I think since it's quite fast, some of you still in a confused state, right? But watch the movie again and again, few times, 3 to 4 times. Not no need, probably 1 or 2 times is more than enough. How many of you installed MS Project in your machines? You can raise your hand. All right, two. Other two needs to install it. It's just double click, next, thank you. uh, next. If please don't ask from anyone's help to install MS Project. If you get confused, please let me know. You do not want to go to any other shop to install this MS Project. Okay, so basically what you have to do, download it, double click, next, finish, restart the computer. That's it. Still, if you are really fear to install a software into your computer, please ask me. I will sit with you in the sense you can share your screen and I will instruct you. Don't worry. In a weekday we can do, right? In a weekday we'll have around 30 minutes of work. Then that's not hours of work. It's just quite easy. So it's easy, right? You can ask from your friend, but still, if it is confused, no worries at all. I'm really happy to help you. Okay, right. I think it's good time to have a small break now. Yeah, it's 55. We'll come at 3:15. Okay, we'll come at 3:15. Then I will do some another demonstration on this area, right? MS Project. Then we'll do a risk registry. Then we'll back to the uh, project cost management. All right, so you can come to the seats back again 3:15. Meanwhile, if you have any question, please let me know. You can ask the question in the Google Doc. Obviously, I'm really happy to help you. All right, I think you all are back to the seats. So we can continue the discussion again. Let me share the screen again. To okay, right. Now we have discussed how to create calendar, set the project details. Then we have created manual and automated tasks. Now, next what we have to do is we have to create some summary tasks, milestones, and stuff, and as well as some sort of different diagrams with resourcing. We will see, right? Now, the next point that I want to share with you, right? Now, what we are going to do, we are going to have different tasks. We can have different tasks. Requirements gathering, client meeting, development, testing, deployment, right? Deployment. I'm giving some very basic. Here, there's a question. Testing, right? Today's, right? Here again, for deployment, we can create few days. No need that much. We'll take only 2 days, and we can start. January, February. I'm giving totally random dates. I'm totally giving random dates. So I have created a few tasks. Now, next what I'm going to do, I'm going to it's automatically saving because I have scheduled it for 5 days, right? Sorry, 10 minutes. So basically next what I'm going to do, I'm going to right. Next what I'm going to do, I'm going to can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right. Next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add different tasks, summary tasks like and milestones. Now, what I'm going to do, I have different tasks. Now, in here, I have requirements gathering. I'm going to insert a task. We'll take a meeting with the client. Sorry, uh, background analysis. Background. We'll take 2 days, and we'll add another task. Okay, we'll add another task. I'm giving very rough names. Mm, feasibility study. Okay, for that we'll take 5 days kind of thing. Now, since we do not have the starting and ending dates, I'm going to add starting date around 12th. Then for the background analysis, we'll take around 13th. Okay, now you can see all of these requirements gathering, feasibility study, background. So all of these are in a one shell, the requirements gathering phase. So what we can do, we can create a summary task for that. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select all of these three and I'm going to click summary task. Now, once I created a summary task, you can see it automatically creates new summary task, and there's a new line, but it's not a task line. It's just a black color shape. Okay. I will give this name as what we call tell requirements gathering requirements gathering phase. Now, under this requirements gathering, we can create any number of phrases. So all of these are under this shell. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the requirements feasibility study into additional few days, around 30 days. Now, almost once you create in this task, you can see the summary task automatically adjust it. The requirements get the phrase is automatically adjust. No worries at all. Clear? Right. Then these kinds of things under the client's meeting, we can have different tasks, right? We can have different tasks like meeting with CEO. We can have a 1 day for that. Then we can have another thing. We can have clients meeting. Technical client meeting. Then they are going to have the discussion on the technical stuff. Okay, so it might be another 1 day kind of thing we can add. So we can start it from 25th. Okay, here it's around 26th. So what we are going to do, we are going to have everything in a one click, then summary task. Then you can add the summary task in here. Once clarification. Okay, right. Now there's another summary task. Now these are the summary tasks. If you click in here, you can summarize the task, how the schedule, the overview of the schedule, we can easily see. Now, one another important thing that I want to add now, in this case, the requirements clarification is completed. Now, we'll add another task. In this date, sign off. What we call RS sign off. Now, this is the official day that we are going to sign the software requirement specification. These are the tasks that we are going to deliver for you. Now for that, it's not a task, it's just a work or some sort of deliverable, something that we are going to deliver after some work. In this case, the requirements are gathered, requirements are clarified. Now we are going to get an official sign off. For that, we don't want a date for even. So it's not a task. Such kind of things we can name as milestones. Okay, now we can say it's a sign off milestone. Okay. Sign off. Now this sign off milestone do not have any duration. Now I mean here you can see the sign off is happening in this date. That's it. There's no any duration for this. Okay, now they're asking to auto schedule, then it comes to here. Now you can see the difference in between the manual scheduling and auto scheduling. We don't have this. See, I'm going to change it again. Some 25th or 26th, no worries at all, whatever the day. You're going to sign off in day. In here, we don't have some sort of output in here. It's just some sort of, sorry, that's the output in here. There's no any work in here. I think it's clear. Now, we don't want to do any other thing. That's it. These kinds of milestones are there for every task. At the end of the task, it might be 1 or 2, sometimes 3 to 5 milestones might be there. It might be a project release, it might be a document completion, or it might be some another important task, sign-offs, QA sign-offs, and so on and so forth. So a lot of things might be there. Now, you are clear about this summary task and the milestones. So under these tasks, we can create a recurrent task. Now, what's a recurrent task? Now, from the development, we'll create a recurrent task. Go to the task and create a recurrent task. Under the recurrent task, we can create a meeting with the client. Okay. Duration, it might be 1 day, no worries at all. It's happening weekly basis, every Monday. Starting from here and ending up to February, March 31st. Each week, we are going to have a meeting with the client every Monday. Every Monday. If you want to make it every month, we can make it every month. Every year, we can have in every year. Usually yearly occurrences are quite low once it comes to a project because we are focusing on a small scale project. But if it is a large scale project, it might be yearly basis output might be there. But usual situation is having daily, weekly and monthly. Bi-weekly, there might be some important meetings with the CEOs and directors. Usually, other than that, I don't think so. You have a yearly meeting time to time. I click OK. Now you can see all of a sudden a set of summary tasks set of tasks are allocated in each day. So these days I haven't tailored to the system. It automatically identifies what are the days, and created these tasks accordingly. All of these are meetings, and you can click in here. You can see everything is a task. Okay, right. These are the recurrence task. Recurring time each weekly, monthly. It's happening time to time. Right. I think we go a little bit further now. We can state. We can state whether how much percentage is completed. As an example, now think it's today's January 15th. Now we click in here. We can say it's 25%. I mean here 25% it's completed. Now you can see there's a line. I'll make it 0 again. There's nothing. If I tell it's 25% completed, there's a line. If it is 100% completed, the line is complete. It is 0, no line at all. That's how we are going to identify whether this task is completed or not. If it is 0, nothing. 100, it's full. 0, nothing. Okay. That's okay. Everything is good to go. Then if you go to resources, shall I add some sort of resources? Or else we'll go to the project. We'll create WBS. We can create a code project prefix test T1, right? T1, and there are different levels, right? Numbers ordered, and for second level you can create ABCD or any other stuff. I don't want to tell anything. I just click that. That's it. I click OK. Right. Right. That's the WBS work. We can create renumbering, right? Right. We can define the codes, and we can renumber if we want for the entire project. Okay. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Right. You can change whatever the stuff. Now again, if you go to the reports, you can check the in progress, critical tasks, any critical tasks, still nothing is defined, but we have one meeting with clients. This is the start and this is the completed, nothing. So task critical if there's no room to schedule in the slip, right? So we can't slip this task. So this is the highest important of the critical task. Just copy and paste once it comes to your assignment. You can simply say this is the critical task. No worries at all. If you want to create a network diagram, you just click the network diagram. You can see automatically created the network diagram. You don't want to draw, you have to do anything manual, it's automatically created. Very nice, very beautiful. Just copy and paste, that's it, the game over. If you want to see the calendar, this is the calendar, everything is clearly mentioned. We don't want to do it again and again, everything is automatically happen. Task usage, still not, we don't have. Right, I think that's enough. I'll go to the Gantt chart again. Now, under the Gantt chart, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allocate few resources for this project. I just click in here, then I am going to assign a resource. I'm going to assign a resource name. We'll take someone, right? And we can give a cost, some cost. I just create 1 unit for this person. Then cost might be some amount. That's fine, right? Some amount. And units can be changed, right? How much units you want. If you want to remove, you can remove someone from the project. You can replace someone else instead of someone, right? You can create someone else, those kinds of things. And there's a graph. You can see where the someone is going to allocated. So over allocated is in this color, allocated is in blue color, proposed in purple color. So still we don't have anything like that, but you can see there's a 50% of allocation for this person. 50% means if the person is working 8 hours, 4 hours, that person should work for this project. So if it is 100%, that means fully allocated. For normal user resource like engineers, associate engineers, senior engineers, they are allocate 100% for a given project because they are full time doing coding. But once it comes to senior consultants, architects, they do not allocate for a single project. So they don't spend 8 hours on a single project. Usually they allocate for 2 to 3 projects. So they allocate 2 hours for a one project and 6 hours for the other project. Or there might be 4 hours in one project and 4 hours in another project. So 50% of allocation, that's the representation in here. Okay, clear? Resource allocation, is that clear? Confusing? No, right? It's easy, nothing to not worry about that. That's just showing the resource allocation, the utilization of that person in a specific period of time. All right, this is the resource graph. It's a Gantt chart. We have done some sort of resources reporting, project details. We have done. Okay. All right. All right. Then we can view a different resource usage, a resource sheet. Click here, the resource sheet. Here the summon is allocated for maximum 100% and prorated standard base calendar. If you want to change it, project alpha, please change it to project alpha. Then you can see automatically the dates are changing. If it is 10 standard calendar, I'll show you again. Standard calendar, it's 10 days, but once it comes to project alpha, which is we created, so it's changing. Now, if you click entire, you can see the base calendar is project alpha. So no worries at all. I just click in here, so everything is changed. All right, resource name, it's someone. I'm really sorry, I can't full screen. There's a message comes to my screen presenting. Can't read it. Right, problems. Right, now you can see it's prorated. Base calendar is project alpha, And anything else? Recurrent tasks, summary tasks, network diagram, calendar, resource utilization. Yes, formatting you can enjoy with that. You can play with it. Resource scheduling, macros if you know. Project information we have done. Right. Yes. Reports under the reports. I just keep one thing for you under these costs. Right. There are different equations are there: cash flow, cash override, overruns, and value reports, and so on and so forth. Please make sure to go through at some sort of cost. Now I haven't added a cost, I just added a resource, a person known as someone for 50%. Similarly, you can allocate some amount for these cases, right? For this task I'm allocating $1,000, for this task I'm allocating $100. Likewise, you can allocate cost, then do the calculations. It is very easy. You can do the calculations in here, not only in here, there might be some other places too. Please go through and find what are the cost calculation methods in MS Project. Okay, that is under your scope. It's a self-study work. It's not hard work. It's a quite easy work, but make sure to do it. Okay. These are the resources. You can create different dashboards like burnout charts, how much the work is done. Still, we don't have much allocated in here, so there's nothing, right? And different dashboards are cost overview, so we don't have any cost still. It's still zero. But if you are allocating any amount in here, you can the actual cost, the remaining cost, and the baseline cost, and those costs with the graphs you can see in here. So if it is in the examination, what you can do, just copy and paste, or have a snip and paste it. That's it. Game over. Nothing to do. Very easy, very easy task in here, right? I'm not going to have all the dashboards, but you can go through more and more dashboards. If you want to create a report, just click blank report. Here you go. The report is here. Still there's nothing. I'm keeping empty, but you can keep adding a lot of things in here. Then you can just put everything, export as a PDF or a PDF, then convert into Word. Then you can put into a Word document, or you can add as an external attachment or a reference. Okay. Right. I just gone through most of the part in here. The task work 50%. Yes, everything is completed. Manual, auto schedule. Summary task, milestones, information. Yes, these are not required much. I have assigned a resource. I have shown through how to create reports and project information. Yes, project information. Right, creating WBS, changing working time. Okay. Under the view, there's different views there. I'm pretty sure you are okay with now. Right, these are the Gantt chart and stuff. Right, network diagrams. Okay, sorting. Right. Okay, I think the split is now in your head. It's like nearly 80% of work is completed, at least. Okay, but not at 80%. It might be 70%. 70% of work is completed. The most important, like a person who, as a project manager, you should know the most important or most valuable information now in your head. But having like watching this story is not completing you. Make sure to do it again and again. If you are if you want, you can go through YouTube or any other channel and learn more and more. I'm really motivating you to learn more and more. It's required actually. I just given uh, the highlights of the software, and I'm pretty sure you are well familiar with this software. And to our friend Chamesh done two another softwares, right? Given demonstrations for you. I'm pretty sure you have gone through that also. Please make sure to go through if you're not, because if it is comes into examination, you can complete it quite easily, because it's everything is in your head. You just want to um, do the modifications. or write the answer. That's it. Now you know, that's it. That's the whole story. So I think that's enough for this MS project work, but feel free to go as much as you want. If you feel any question or if you got stuck, please let me know. Then I can help you. I can support you. This is not the end. Importantly, this is not the end. There are a lot, right? But most of the part is covered in here. You can survive if you know those things. You can survive as a project manager, but අර වැඩ දානවා නෙවෙයි, right? You know the basics. වැඩ දාන්න තව ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕන. Clear? All right. Think that's enough for MS project. We have one more practical to do. Let me complete that practical also just now. Then we'll go to I'll share this MS project work with you. Last week we haven't completed this risk registry. Let me quickly do that risk registry too. Then we'll go to cost management because that's the last point. So we have additional 4 hours, then remaining within 1 hour, 1.5 hours, we can discuss the question paper. Then rest of the 3 hours, we can do some additional work. That's why I want if after completing this cost management the next week or 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, something around. What we are going to do, we will have this cost management completed work. Then we can have the discussion on the paper also. That's why I'm keeping some time for you. So where. Is that too speed today? Manageable? How about feeling it's like පාඩමුඩින් දිව වගේද? නෑ නේද? It's like too hard ද නෑනේ? Shape නේ? Any comments?
It's comfortable, sir.
Okay. All right. I little bit fast I have gone. Right, but you can watch this recording again, so no worries at all. That's why I'm telling these online classes are really good because there's a recording, so no worries at all the time. You can go back and forth and understand it time to time. All right, this is the last week, the missing piece in the last week that we missed. One important thing, the risk registry. I think you can remember we spoke about risk management process, risk related work, how to attend the risk, because we all are in a risk, right? We all are in a risk. So how to manage this risk, how to attend to the risk. Without attending the risk, we can't do anything, right? Now, basically, this is a risk registry where you store all the risks. Now we are going to have a risk management plan, or simply it's like an overview of the risk management process. So if it is in the examination, if you got a question to answer the risk management process, so this is very good starting point. This is a very good starting point to explain your answer. Whatever the question, you can start with here, and you can start with the risk management process in here. So initially what you are going to do, you are going to add a project title. So we'll take a project title like what we call Alpha 1. You just want to fill this form, that's it, right? Project title is Alpha 1. Then we can have alpha 1 is 1. Now this is the project working title. That means under this project there might be different parts, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so on and so forth. There might be, so similar kind of thing we have to apply in here. Alpha 1 phase 1, this is the first phase. Then the rest of the details, right? Secretaries, the agencies. So prepared by, who is going to prepare? I'm going to prepare this, and date, I'm going to add the date. Give you some sort of random date. Then you can tell the risk management strategy, risk identification process. Okay. Now describe the process of risk identification, how you are going to identify the risk. This is the risk management strategy. You can tell the risk management process is like this. Describe the process, how to identify the risk. What are the risks there? Then risk evaluation and prioritizing. Describe how risks are evaluated and prioritized. Now, as an example in here, you can write cost risk management. Then you are telling, creating a what we call cost control. Then you can tell what are the things, other things, so on and so forth. You can tell a lot of things. Then risk mitigation. How the risk mitigation, what are the mitigation options available? Right? Those things you can fill. This is very simple. And you can tell the risk management responsibilities. What are the responsibilities in there? Right? What are the responsibilities that you are going to have individually? The project client, senior manager, developer, fire engineer. It might be a person who is responsible for if there's a fire, so you want to save the people, right? And the responsibility, how the responsibilities are going. You can fill this form simply. You can fill the form and you can complete the work, right? So these are the responsibilities that I have filled in here, but you can change whatever the stuff that you want. So risks can be analyzed. This is the risk analysis summary. Using the table provided, list all of the risks identified, the probability of occurrence, the expected impact level, a description of impact, and when the risk event is likely to occur, how often that you are going to occur, right? Now in here, what we can tell, this is the risk number. You can name it as R001. R001. This is the first risk. My first risk is a person is going to leave the company, right? Or else fire. Okay, fire. Probability of occurrence low, not high. The probability of occurrence is low. The probability there. Now, every time there might be, if there's a fire, then we can say it's high. If we are living in a country or place that always having fire, right? We don't know, terrorists or somewhere, right? There might be a problem. In usual scenario, it's low. Impact level, if fire is occurred, then it's a high impact. If a fire occurred, then it's a high impact. Then you can tell the description. As a fire, right? Uh, Impact and destroy. Then with the other instruments can occur, can damage. After fire, this kind of a impact can be happen. What is the time frame? Anytime. Anytime. We don't know. We don't know. Anytime this might be happen. So these are physical risks. Let me share some another internal risk. Risk number 2. The risk number 2 is we take software engineer or an architect is leaving. You can specify the name of the architect. Someone, Naruna, Kasuno, someone. You can tell architect is leaving. Probability of occurrence. Now, this person do not have any idea to leave the company. So we'll take low. Impact. If the person is left, there's a high impact. Impact description. Architect. Who is this architect? The designer, home designer? No, not the home designer. The person who is designing the software. Now you know this structure, right? The structure is you are starting with the associate engineer or an engineer, then engineer, senior engineer, then consultant or a lead technical lead, then senior consultant, senior technical lead kind of thing, then associate architects, then architects. This is the structure. There might be architects, principal architects, senior architects, principal architects, leads architects. Lot of architects are there, up to technical directors. Okay, different levels are there, but that's fine, right? Just want to tell who is an architect. Right, there's a high level of thing. Then architect might leave the company. Right, in time frame we don't know any time. Anytime this person can leave. If a high offer comes, this person might leave, but at the moment it's low. Okay, then we can write this kind of risks. Risk number 003. The risk name is, we can tell who is as there's a software quality assurance engineer, QA lead is leaving. Probability of occurrence high, because now the quality assurance lead is quite upset. She's really upset. No salary, no reputation, no one is caring. So really unhappy about that. So not good place. Upset and financially frustrated. Lot of things happen. Married recently, having a baby. Lot of problems are there. So there's a probability of high that she's ready to leave now. Very high. Impact level, it might be medium, right? Medium, because it's not an architect name. So QA lead is medium level of the impact description. Then there is a problem. Manage the QA team. Time frame, it might be ASAP. We don't know, or within this year, or within this this year. These kinds of things can be happen. Lot of things might be, lot of risks might be there. So you can write as much as risks. If you know all of these risks, then it's easy to manage. If you don't know, then hard to manage a risk. If you know a risk, no worries at all. Okay, right. Then the risk response summary. The next step is risk response summary. You can see the automatically some of information is filled in here. Now you can tell there is priority, how much prioritize the work, right? You can tell this is the highest priority, or this is the lowest priority, right? This is one of highest prioritized work. If she's leaving, you have to do something else. So this is like average or 3 level of no. Number 1 is highest prioritized. It's very priority. It's the highest priority. Then 4 is having a little bit lower. You can create a scale 1 to 5, 1 to 10 or something, a scale of the prioritizing. Then you can say, all right, this is 1 to 5, 1 to 10 kind of thing. Then the responsible person, who is going to be responsible in here? This might be fire engineer. Right? What are the mitigation actions? What are the mitigation actions? We can take employee training. Most of the companies having this fire training. Fire alarms are there, fire engineers are there, what to do if there's a fire. These kinds of things are trained by different employees. So response trigger, how we are going to respond. There's a fire alarm. There's a fire alarm. Then similarly, you can fill the rest of the information. Who is the going to responsible? What are the mitigation actions and response triggers? For an example, in this case, the last one, we'll take the QA one is going to leave. Right, then we can tell it's HR manager. Responsible person is HR manager or project manager, whoever. Then what are the mitigation actions? We can have a discussion with her. What are the problems that she is facing at the moment? With a salary related problem or financial instability or some sort of like family problem. We don't know. Right? Different kinds of things might be there. HR people are for those kinds of things. Though but I don't think so HR people are doing like that, right? Really situation is HR people are the responsible person to help to the people, right? But they don't do. That's something different case, right? Then response trigger, right? We can tell it's like have a discussion, official discussion or a chat with the project manager for leave, or directly send an email for resignation. These kinds of things can be the response trigger. Okay. Right, the risk mitigation cost. How much will be the cost? Now it's automatically filled. If I'm not mistaken, I have shared this with you. If not, I'll share this week also. Now, what are the risk mitigation costs? There might be different costs are there. If for an example, if there's a fire, right? If there's a fire, there might be a facility related cost. It might be 1 million or something, like just giving some random numbers, right? Then architect is leaving. There's a cost. If this person is going to leave, there's an internal labor cost. I'm giving random numbers, and there might be some other amount like for the service cost, it might be to something. Kinds of values might be there. It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. You can find what are the risk mitigation costs. That means you should have sufficient amount before starting the project. Now, you can't ask from your client, oh, after adding all of these values and for all the risks, it might be 2 billion. For your entire project, it's 1 million, but you are asking for risk 2 billion. It's impossible, right? It's impossible. They no need a project manager. The project manager is in there to support if the risk occurred or before risk occurring or before a situational, the risk occurring situation, to solve the problem. To solve the problem. Okay. So after calculating, there might be a huge cost. The total cost is huge cost. But as a project manager, you can easily think how to solve these kinds of problems and how to mitigate, how to resolve these kinds of problems. Okay, right. Then the contingencies, the risk. That means how much you have, right? Contingency budgets. Now, um, in the cost management, we have management contingencies. Likewise, we have different reservations. Okay, for each risk, how much contingency or the plan cost is there. If the person is leaving, how much is the cost? Likewise, you can fill this form. So after completing this risk registry, you have a complete idea, end-to-end idea. All right, these kinds of risks are there. There might be fire, there might be a person who's leaving, there might some another thing, and so on and so forth. So what you can do, you can easily have a clear understanding. All right, these kinds of things are the risks. For each risk, these kinds of amount is ready to be. These are the reservations that we should have. Then if the risk occur, what are the plans, how to solve this problem? Best, right? Best. If you have some sort of plan, right? This is my degree, there's a risk. No one can give a guarantee that you will get a risk, get your degree. You have a guarantee certificate from somewhere. Do anyone given a guaranteed by paying amount you will get a degree? No. So you are at risk all the time. No one give a guarantee, but you can do a risk plan. How to manage the risk? How much cost you want to spend for external certifications? How much time you have to allocate for your subject learning? How much work you have to do? Kind of things you have to understand. Then if you know these risks are there, it's very easy to manage because you know there's a risk. Now the situation is most of the part you don't know there are risks like this. You enjoy because you don't have this risk plan. That's the core reason. If you have this risk plan, no worries at all. You know there kinds of risks are there. Each risk having this much of amount. Each risk having some sort of amount associated cost. So simply, if you create a small document like this, even for your degree, even for your building your house, or you are going for a trip, wherever, before you going for the trip, you can create a plan, risk management plan. If there's an accident, what to do? You haven't thought, right? Never. Even no one is going to think. Okay, no one is thinking, okay, today I'm going for a trip and meanwhile I'll get an accident. So my leg might be not in there. No, right? No one is thinking like that. But there's a risk. There's a possibility. There are situations. There are situations where the people went and do not come back. That's it. That's the last. So we can't give a guarantee. Okay. All right. Always having some sort of idea is very good. But I don't think so. I don't. I don't like to have this kind of a painful story, right, to come from you. But I just telling, once it comes to a business, you have to be understand about these risks. Especially once it comes to a business as a project manager, you are at risk because software engineers might be not do the work perfectly. Your client might be upset. Your people might be leave. Your softwares might be expired. Your hardware can be destroyed due to different reasons. Virus attacks might be there. Malwares might be there. Trojan horses might be there. We don't know. A lot of things might be there. At the end of the day, you as a project manager, everyone is pointing to you and everyone is willing to get some sort of output from you. Clear? That's the risk management and risk management process. All right. Everything is clear. All right. If you have any questions, I'll keep around 2 to 3 minutes. I'll go to the Google Doc. Please come to the Google Doc and ask any question. I am really happy to help you. Is that quite confusing? Little bit advanced? I don't Yeah, I'll save it and share it with you. Then that's fine. Is it advanced or easy? Manageable? If you have any questions, please ask in the document or you can directly switch on your mic. No worries at all. It's just for students. Risk registry. Oh, any other question related to risk management? Okay, seems no questions. Right. If you don't have any questions, we will go to the presentation again. All right. All right. Now, before you starting the cost management process, now you have good understanding about work breakdown structure. What is a work breakdown structure? How the tasks are allocating, how these are allocated with a specific time, and so on and so forth. Right. Needs to define human resource cost. There might be cost for payment, and so on and so forth. Asset cost. There might be assets that you have to pay or you have to purchase. Those kinds of things are there. License costs. There might be license cost for a software product, or it might be an intellectual property. There's a license for that. So you have to pay and get it, right? You have to pay it and get it, those licenses. Now, these cost management processes can be divided into different aspects like empirical models. Now, use previous project data to use to estimate the current project. It's quite easy because we have done a project, as an example, 2 months back, or 1 year back, or 2 years back. We have done a project, and we have now again a similar kind of project. A similar kind of project. Easily, we can tell, okay, this amount spent for this work. What we can do, we can give some sort of estimation based on that value. Now, yesterday you went from a three-wheeler from your home to the city. This is your home. This is your city. Yesterday you went from a three-wheeler. It might be, I don't know how much is that. You take 200 rupees. Okay. Yesterday. Today you want to go from your home to city. How much you want? 3,000? 4,000? 100? No. You can have around 200 rupees. There might be plus or minus due to different reasons. It might be 220 or it might be 180. There's a possibility. But today, based on the previous data, we can give approximately perfect answer. Clear? That's the empirical model. That's an empirical model. Example is COCOMO, constructive cost model. Okay, right. I don't want to go through this COCOMO. You can go through. It's in the notes section. Please go through and understand a little bit further, but I don't appreciate much of effort on this because these are empirical models, right? So if you interest, you can go through, but these are not the recent, most recent models, but these are the foundational models. Okay, COCOMO. So software size metrics and the cost estimation based on that, we can tell how many lines of code are there. If there are a lot of lines of code, we can tell, okay, this software is a bit complex, so we need this much of time, or there might be some sort of complex logics are there, so we want to write this much amount of code. Or it might be functional points. Now I don't want to go to in functional points too. That's quite complex. Functional points are quite complex. I know like some deviations are there, some methods, software industry, there's project managers are developed based on the on top of these functional points. So if I teach those kinds of like industry specific things, it might be problematic for academia. So I'm skip that functional points, but I give very basic understanding. Lines of codes we'll see, right? Uh, Lines of codes. Now, I have a question. How many lines you need to write a print statement? Just a hello world using Java, Python, and PHP. Okay, I will give 2 minutes. You can go to your Google Doc. You can type your answer. There are 3 languages, Java, Python, and PHP. How many lines you want to write? Just hello world. How many lines of code? Come on. None of you don't know how to write hello world in Java, Python, and PHP. All right, 4 lines. Class A public static void main string arg system.out.println. Python. Come on, it's just 1 line. Python print. That's it. We don't want anything. Just print. 1 line. PHP. It's just one echo statement. That's it. Right. It's just one echo statement. If you take PHP within brackets, PHP, open and closed, there might be 2 or 3 lines. Okay, it depends on your answer. Seems no programmers in the class. A programming අමාරුයිද උඹලන්ට? හිර වෙලා තියෙන programming වල. Start. Don't like. Programming වලට කැමති නැද්ද නැත්තම්? අපෝ ඒක මහ වණයක්ද? All right, somehow. Now I'm going back again to the presentation. Now here, we have to find the lines of code for the following code. How many lines of code is in here? This is simple PHP code. Okay, just simple PHP code. How many lines of codes for the given code? You can insert your answer in the Google Doc. Thanks for the student who engaged in the last time. Yes, lines of code. $25 lines. I got one answer for 25 lines. How about the others? 25 lines. All right. How about the others? All right, 25 lines. Everyone is telling it's 25 lines. We'll see. Come to the presentation deck again. Number of lines in the editor, it's 25. That's fine. Agreed. Number of comments. There's a one comment. See, there's a one comment. Okay. Number of white spaces. How many white spaces are there? White spaces. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 white spaces are there. So it's 3 white spaces are there. Hence the lines of codes is 25 subtract by 1 subtract by 3. Altogether the lines of codes is 21. Got the point? Right. Now, since we have completed this work, we can tell the lines of codes. Obviously, yes. That is not something worth, right? After telling, it's just hey, project manager, not on the project manager, even a grade 1 student can count the number of lines and tell. But project manager's job is tell the lines of code before starting, or the technical lead's job. Hard, right? Without knowing anything. That's why I'm telling always the estimation should take from technical lead or a technical person who is having good understanding on the technical things. If not, it might be a problem. Okay, it's a huge problem on us. Right now, this is an equation that it gives the derived from expert judgment and the Pareto. So these are two techniques. Lowest possible lines of codes. This is the lowest possible lines of codes. This is the highest possible lines of codes. Average, most likely. Now, since I don't got any answers, I just got one student's answer. I can't do a calculation and show you in here, but last time I can remember a lot of students share their thoughts, right? This is the calculation. You can think there might be highest, it might be 60 lines of codes. Maximum, it might be 60. Minimum, it might be 40. Okay. Minimum it might be 40. Then you can tell average it might be 50. Okay, average it might be 50. So what you can do, 50 by 4. 50 by 4. Then divide by 6. This is the answer. Okay. This is the lines of code. Approximately this equation is correct. But the problem is you should give the maximum and the lowest in like at least nearly correct. If you given these numbers are incorrect, it might be definitely incorrect. No argument for that. Any questions on this argument? No arguments. There's a question. Quickly tell me the answer in the Google Doc. We are the project manager. You can't keep quiet. I got one answer. Yes, please. It's very easy question. How about the others? Lazy to do the calculations. මොකද උඹලන්ට අමාරුයිද මේ ගාන හදාගන්න? ළමයි සබ්ජෙක්ට් එක කම්ප්ලෙක්ස් වැඩිද? නිදිමතයිද අමාරුයිද? What is the problem? නැත්නම් ලොග් වෙලා ගිහිල්ලාද? චමේෂ්
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
අමාරුයිද? What is the problem? මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ?
No, sir. Not problem, sir.
No problems.
No
මොනවාරි
problem.
තියෙනවා නම් කියන්න. Others also please tell if you are facing any problem. Please don't keep quiet. Anjali, Vinishia, issues මොනවාරි තියෙනවා නම් කියන්න දරුවෝ. මම පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙන්න, no worries at all. language එක බැරිය එකක් කරගන්නත් එපා. උඹලා මොනවාරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න, සිංහලෙන් හරි කමන්න. chat එකේ දාන්න මම කියලා දෙන්නම්. right? Speed ready there. Okay, ne? All right. I got two answers. I'm pretty sure those are correct. I don't want to calculate. What you have to do, you have to take 59 to here. Then optimistic and 20 plus 120, it's 140 multiplied by 4 into 59 divided by 6. Okay, right. It depends on the language. Now some languages are having lot of codes. In simple example is previously in Python we just want one single line print. That's it. It produces the output. But once it comes to Java, you have to write class A, public static void main string args, then you have to write system.out.println, curly brackets, curly brackets, curly brackets, lot of things are there. So it depends on the language. So you can't take, if it is a Python, you are telling it's 100 lines of code, but you can't give a guarantee for the next language, same line of codes. Okay, right. Functional points. Now, measurement based on the functionalities of the program. Now, this is quite complex mathematical method, or it consists of a lot of activities to do to get these functional points. So very complex. So there's a manual, right? It's in the description in the note section. Please, if you're really interested, you can go through, but it's complex. I need around 5 to 6 hours to go explain these functional points. So it's just some sort of value we can calculate, and we can upon that functional points we can give the output. Okay, right, that's it. That's more than enough. The Delphi method. In the Delphi method, it's a process. It's a process of getting the estimation. The process is the coordinator presents each expert with a specification and form to record the estimation. So what we are going to do, we are going to have set of experts in the domain, in the subject area, in the technical. Then we are asking the estimations. Tell me the estimation. Then record the estimations. Each expert files from individually without discussing with the others. Now it's an individual work, so individually everyone is telling, all right, this is the amount. Now at that point, the coordinator might get questioned. That means the experts can ask questions from the coordinator. Okay. The next time, coordinator prepares a summary of all estimations. Now, in the first stage, there are few people, right, in the desk. Then they have given individually their contribution. Right? These are people, right? These are people. Everyone is giving their individual estimation. Now, individual they have filled. Now the coordinator is preparing of a summary. She took everything out and preparing an estimation, right? As per this experts, mean or median or something, requesting another iteration to experts estimates relate for the estimations. Repeats 2 or 3 times. Now again it's repeating and repeating and repeating. Then it finds most appropriate or most suitable estimation in this case. Okay, most suitable estimation in this case. This is another software matrix. I keep it for you. If you have time, please go through, but it's a self-study. But don't spend too much time. Just go through and try to understand. Don't spend more than 45 minutes on this matrix, because These are not much used in these days. Those are just a little bit historical stories. Right. Another method is cost estimations based on PMBOK. Now, the first step is estimate cost. The second step is determine the budget. Then third point is control the cost. Now, as per PMBOK, now if you are doing some sort of like exam like PMP, these are very important. Anyone is having idea to do PMP? කවුරුරි PMP කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තියනවද? If you are planning to be a project manager, it's a good examination, though it's not much applicable current industry. Right? You can show off your skill, right? I have PMP, so it's a good point if you really like. Right? I'm not promoting you to go to do the PMP, but if you have skills, you don't want any certificate. That's the story, but something to put the CV in. Clear. So it's good thing. Estimate the cost, determine the budget, then control cost. Cost estimation. There are two cost types out there. The first one is direct cost and the other one is indirect cost. The direct cost has a direct connection with the project. As an example, it's a project software license. These licenses are purchased for the project. And we have hired a person, a specific person, like very specific skill set, a specific person. That person do having specific skills. So this person is hired for this project only. So it's a direct cost type. And what are the indirect cost types? Office preparation, preparing telephones. You are purchasing it. You are having a location. Now, having a location doesn't means it's only for one project. It's for all projects. It's not for only a single project. It's for all projects. If you are purchasing internet, high speed Wi-Fi, then it's not only for a single project. It's for all projects. You can get benefited from this high speed internet throughout all the projects. Clear? Those are the direct and indirect costs. Now, as per PMBOK, so we can see these are the activities we are going to have. Cost management plan. The inputs are cost management plan. Where's my cost management plan, human resource management plan, scope baseline, risk registry. Now you know about these things, right? Organization assets. These are the inputs. Then what you are going to do? What are the tools that you are going to apply? Expert judgment, analogous estimation, parametric estimation, bottom up, 3-point estimation, reserve analysis, cost quality, lot of things. Then what are the outputs? Activity cost estimations, basis of estimation, project document updates, and so on and so forth. Now it's clear. What is the path that you want to run for cost estimation? These are the inputs. These are the tools and techniques. These are the outputs. Right. Cost estimation, tools and techniques. Expert judgment. Analogous estimation. Parametric estimation. 3-point estimation. Reserve analysis. Now, these are the tools and techniques. These are the tools and techniques for cost estimation. We have to create a proper cost estimation schedule, cost estimation. Definitely, if not, it's a problem. It's a definitely huge problem. Okay, it's a huge problem. The first one is expert judgment. Techniques, judgments involved based on the expert's knowledge and skills. A person who is having good experience and knowledge can give very good uh, estimated value easily. Now the problem is it's really hard to find such kind of a person. As an example, a person who is having good technical skills in insurance industry. Now in Sri Lanka, I don't think so much of people do have both. There might be like people do have some sort of knowledge, domain knowledge in insurance, but they don't have technical skills. They don't have technical knowledge. So it's really hard to give some sort of expert judgment. That's the problem. Applicable for same size of project, previous project and the current project. If the current project is size is high or low, the estimations might be incorrect. Hard to find the expertise. Quite hard. Non-linear relationship between the project cost and the system size. Some of the projects, most of the cases, not some, most of the cases, there's no any linear relationship. That means if the system size is increasing, the project cost is not increasing. If it is linear, this is the project cost, this is the system size. If the project system size is increasing, the project size should increase accordingly. But the usual situation is there's a limit. After that, it's a standard limit. Very slow ups and downs. That's the reason behind that. When project size is increasing, then estimation should be increased accordingly. Expert judgment. It's just expertise knowledge applying to get the output. Analogy costing or reference classes. You might hear these two words. Consider the cost for a similar past project. Estimation can use as a whole project or sub functionalities. Cost for logging functionality. An example is there. Estimation can use for all project. Estimation can use for all project. Or it might be divided into subparts. Those are the costing for login function, costing for sign up process, login for some another process. What are the advantages? Ability to provide high accurate cost. Advantages. Very high accurate because we have similar past project. We have done a similar project last time for a shop, a retail shop. Another retail shop asking a similar kind of software. We can give the estimation as much as perfectly without any problems because we have learned lessons. We got lost sometimes in the last time. What are the advantages? Ability to provide high accurate cost. Estimation can provide in less time. Sometimes it might be 1 day. Just check the requirement, just check the feasibility study. That's it, giving the estimation. Disadvantages. Same function with different implementation can affect for final result. Now there's a login system. I will give a simple example for you to understand. There's a login system. Okay, last time we used username and password. Same functionality. Now some other company asking login system. All right, but this time they are asking auth login. Login from Google, login from Facebook, kind of, but same function. See, same function with different implementations. This time it's username and password. This time it's a different implementation. So auth login can affect the final result. It's a huge disadvantage. You have estimated for this project, it might be 8 hours of work. Now you are giving 8 hours estimation for this. Your client might be wonder why you want this much of time to configure one button. Why don't you do it within 4 hours? Because you took the analogy costing or the reference class method for this case. That's the problem that you face. Parametric. Depends on the parameters affected for the estimation. Now, one worker can paint this much of work. How much workers you need to paint the total of area within a day? This is grade 7 work, right? No need to calculate. How many workers can? Easily you can calculate. What are the parameters? Height and the width. Height and the width are the parameters that you are going to calculate. There might be some additional parameters. In this case, it's a sunny day. In this case, it's a rainy day. You got the point? There might be different parameters, but the base parameter in this case is width and the height. Width and the height. What are the advantages? High accuracy, scientific approach for estimation. Now, it's a scientific approach based on the values, the previous parameters, the values based on the previous values, we are giving an estimation. It's a high advantage. It's high advantage. Disadvantages. Ability to find best fit parameters. Now, as an example, we can do a calculation. It's 200 meters, 20 meters, right? 20 meters per worker. So if it is 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, this much of work can be done, like some amount of people in here. But in here it's a heavy, no, it's a sunny day. It's a sunny day. This is a rainy day. You can't take the most important parameters. These are parameters, obviously the width and the height. Obviously, yes, these are the base parameters. Apart from that, there might be some additional parameters too. So we can't tell all the parameters, but we have to try the best parameters. This is quite hard. It's one disadvantage in the parametric approach. 3-point estimation. What's the meaning of 3-point estimation? Based on the Pareto technique. Optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. The triangular distribution is telling add all these values and divide by 3. This is the triangular distribution. Okay, this is the triangular distribution. What's the meaning of this? Your pessimistic value. That's the meaning of pessimistic. The worst case happens. If it is worst case happens, will take 60 days of work effort required. Right? If it is optimistic, we can say it's just 20 days, but most likely it's 30 days. Now, based on the triangular distribution, we can tell 60 plus 20 plus 30 divide by 3. This is the triangular distributed value. But the beta distribution and the Pareto distribution is pessimistic 60 plus optimistic 20 plus 4 by 30 divide by 6. Got the point? Under the 3-point estimation, what are the 3 points? Pessimistic, the first point. Second point is optimistic. The third point is most likely. So based on these 3 values, we are doing a calculation. The calculation for the calculations, we have 2 equations, triangular distribution or the beta distribution. For the triangular distribution, we can get the value like this. For the beta distribution, we can get the value like this. Is there any difference in this case? Obviously, yes. Obviously, yes. Okay. Any questions up to now? Anything up to now you want to clarify? How any questions you can ask in the Google Doc? Everything is clear. No questions at all. All right. I believe that no questions are. One of the questions, Tirana, please ask. Then I can help you. Right. You have questions. What is happening? Questions don't keep quiet. මම හිතනවා මේ වෙනකන් කරපු ටික පැහැදිලි ඇති කියලා සහ ආච්චරයක් බලන්න ඇති කියලා මම හිතනවා. Right. Right. You have a question? Quickly. You can solve the proper question and quickly paste your answer in the Google Doc. No, you can simply do the calculation and put the answer. All right, good job. I got one answer. How about the others? These are very simple calculations, right? Just even a grade 8 student can do. Can't remember the equation. These are the equations. These are the equations. You can take a screenshot if you want. This is the question. Ayyo. Just just add these values and divide by 3. Ayyo. 20 plus 5 plus 12. That's the value. 37 by 3. This is the triangular distribution, right? Now what you have to do? 20 plus 5 plus, right? 4 multiplied by 12. Divide by, yes, divide by 6. That's it. Very simple question. 20 plus 5 plus 4 multiplied by 12. See, most likely 12. It's 12. Divide by 6. Very simple question. Okay. All right. Now, I think we have completed the first part, the cost estimation. So we want to continue to determine the budget and the cost control. So what we are going to do, we are going to have complete these two activities in next day. And we are going to have a discussion. Probably I will check is there any possibility. If there's any possibility, we'll go through with the question paper also. If there's any possibility, I'm sure we'll see, right? We'll see. Somehow we want to complete this few things, very simple things, and those are not hard things even, right? I think that's enough for today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As per my experience, what I know is the students who attend for the class getting higher marks than the others. I'm not sure why. For some reason, students who do going only through the recordings getting low marks. Not sure why. Right? I know most of the cases now, a lot of students do not attend for the class. They just go through the recordings. But I think for some reason, students who just watching the recording do not get much marks. Even recently I have got that experience. The students who attend got higher marks than the others. One student who do not attend totally got some marks, some good marks. The rest of the classes distribution is that somehow, not sure. Some more recordings there. Always feel free to go through the recordings and ask any question that you want. I think you want to go through the recording few times today because there's a practical. So this is the advantage because of these online classes, right? Unless you don't have a recording. Once I'm learning, I don't have a recording. So I spend around 24 hours to 68 hours to complete understand about this MS project work. Now I have completed, I shrink everything within 1 or 2 hours maximum, not more than that. So probably that covers most of the cases, but you might get problems, errors and stuff. So you don't think you might be able to complete like as much as speed. Don't worry, it might take around 12 hours to 16 hours. Don't worry, but spend a lot of time because we have sufficient time. Okay. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please let me know. You can give me a call. So probably you know my phone number and I'm using Telegram. You feel free to get a call in Telegram. No worries at all. Anytime you can mail me and any other thing. If you have any problems, subject matter related thing, please let me know. I'm really like to help you. Language is not a barrier. ඔයාලට සිංහලෙන් කතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. Personally කතා කරන වෙලාවට සිංහලෙන් කතා කරලා ඕන දෙයක් විස්තර කරගන්න පුළුවන්. I'll explain in Sinhala, no worries at all. I can't speak in Tamil, so I'm really sorry. සිංහලෙන් ඕනම දෙයක් ඔයාලට මම පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම ගැටලුවක් නැහැ ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන්. මම භාෂාව ප්‍රශ්නයක් කරගන්න කැමති පුද්ගලයෙක් නෙවෙයි. හැබැයි උඹලන්ගේ ඩිග්‍රී එක ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් ඩිග්‍රී එකක්. ඒක හින්දා ඔයගලන්ට ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් ඩිග්‍රී එකක් කළා ඔයගලන්ට සිංහලෙන් උගන්වන එක කොච්චරක් දුරට හොඳද කියන එක තමයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන හින්දා තමයි මම ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම්ම ඔයගලන්ට කරගෙන යන්නේ. හරි. එහෙමයි කියලා මට ඉෂුව එකක් නැහැ. මම ඔයගලන්ට සිංහලෙන් මට ඔක පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. right. I know one or two students really suffering from English medium issues, can't understand, right? ඉංග්‍රීසි තේරෙන්නේ නැති ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙනවා කියලා මම දන්නවා. ඊට කලින් බැච් එකේ තොහොම ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබුණා. මම මගෙත් ගොඩක් වෙලා කතා කරලා මම පැහැදිලි කරලා දුන්නා. මම හරිම